let's get started. So we are making our some oil paints today. We have one new color that I've been going to experiment with, and this is as a possible replacement to our using ivory black. That could also add some color richness. Okay. All right. So, tools that we're using. These are epoxy lined aluminum tubes. I got these from Jerry's Artarama. These are rated for 150 to 170 milliliters. You could obviously go less. We're going to try and make full we're going to use as much pigment as we have for this yellow and quinacridone magenta. For this, we're going to aim to fill one of these tubes with this bag. So these ones I got from Jerry's Artarama, they're roughly $2 for each of these tubes. The main oil that we use for everything is just age-refined linseed oil. And this is from Rublev / Natural Pigments. Okay. I don't use any other oils to make my paints. You can use any other type of drying oil. Age-refined linseed oil is my oil of choice. For umbers, specifically umbers, I've misspoke about this topic. It's not umbers and ochres, it's just umbers. We use, this is stand oil, but as you see it says vacuum bodied linseed oil. Bodied linseed oil is the industrial term for stand oil. So this is oil, it's still just oil, but what they've done is they've heated it and started the drying process on it, and it makes it thicker. It has different drying properties. So it's oil that's already started the polymerization process. It has different flow properties. Obviously, it actually takes longer to dry from this point than regular linseed oil. But it helps prevent some sinking in issues that umbers specifically have. So we need this for making the umbers. Okay, we have an N95 mask. So this is an inhalation rated mask, dust inhalation rated mask. None of these pigments I'm using today are toxic by consumption, but if you breathe them in, they're not coming out of your lungs, and it can lead to a variety of medical issues. So whenever you're exposed to dry pigment, that is pigment that's not enveloped in oil, wear an N95 mask. For example, cadmiums, when you breathe them in, have a cancer link. They're, a lot of these other ones contain heavy metals. Umbers, for example, have manganese. This has bismuth. I don't know what quinacridone magenta probably is something. I don't know exactly what's in there. You should not smoke. That's the last thing. If you want to die early, that's what you could do. But I would highly recommend, for safety reasons, that you don't. Okay, so we're doing this on my glass palette that I normally work on. The other important tool is a glass molar with a frosted bottom, or rough bottom. You can do this manually, but most of them come like this. So it looks like a butt plug, but this is what helps disperse the oil around the pigment. Very important. We just have a plastic spoon for grabbing, or plastic spork. So I didn't have a plastic spoon to get pigment out. This is for crimping the tubes closed. This is actually fairly necessary a crimping tool of some type. I also have labels that I'm going to put some of the excess paint on for the color, so you can see I did this for titanium white that I made recently. And then I printed out some fancy labels with like actual names of colors that I could make. Okay. The other thing that I've been doing that you guys haven't seen from my previous ones is I bought these large plastic syringes and I cut off the top. So I'm going to put the paint into here and then use these to load into the paint tubes, like so. And I've been doing that. It saves on some of the mess. I don't know how much it saves on efficiency, but it has made the process easier of getting the paint into the tubes itself. And then we'll need a palette knife. We'll need 2 palette knives, I should say. And yeah, that's that's just the rundown of all the tools you need to make your paint. So this is our first color. This is called Italian Green Raw Umber. Sorry for the glare. Italian Green Raw Umber. You can see it's not green, but you can see it's more yellow. There's very little red in it. Bring it on, Lizzie. I'll throw pigments at you. Throw it right in your face. And then I'll die. But yeah, so this is the main color. We're going to try and testing this out as a replacement for black. You can see it looks fairly light here. It will get darker because this is at least semi-transparent in nature. Transparency usually makes the paints look a lot darker when they have oil in there. So, so this one is what we're looking at as a possible replacement for ivory black. We're going to start testing. This color has been on my palette regularly. This is the warm yellow that we're using. The replacement pigment I ordered a while ago finally came in. So we got 200-gram bags. We're going to make both of them. I don't know how much it will give us. I'm hoping it will give us at least 100 milliliters of paint. That's my hope for 200 grams of pigment. To give you an idea on price, each of these bags were $20 for 100 grams of pigment. $20 for 100 grams of pigment. This is quinacridone magenta. I had no backups of this color, even though I don't use it a ton. A very great color. It is a transparent color. It looks darker than this when we add oil. This 4-ounce tube, so this isn't 100 grams, this is 4 ounces of pigment, was $30. Give you perspective. This bag is 500 grams of Italian raw umber. This was $26 for 500 grams. Umbers and ochres are generally much cheaper in price. I would have gotten a kilogram if they offered it, because the prices you save a lot more, but it is what it is. This is the most they offered in this amount. Okay, that is the rundown. Okay, so let's move some of this stuff out of the way. I did forget to grab a pipette. And we need to clean off this palette a little bit for residue. One second while I grab a pipette. Pipette used for oil. You technically don't need that, but it offers a lot of control when some of these paints are very sensitive to the amount of oil you add. Okay, so we're gonna put on our N95 mask, even though drop your earbud onto the palette too. That's very important. Okay. All right, so we're gonna first clean off the palette. We're gonna clean off stuff with some solvent. Poppy Oregon, thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, please let me know. No worries, Val, nice to see you, bud. Thank you for lurking as usual. I wish I had known about solvent back in math class. It solves all your issues. It does. I didn't know this is turning into a Corning joke stream. Okay. Okay. All right. first one is going to be the Italian green raw umber is the one I'm looking forward to. That's why I'm doing this session. I'm excited for this color to see how it turns out. So let's get to it. All right, so I got my N95 mask on. We have, this is, like I said, Italian green raw umber from Natural Pigments. So be careful when opening up, because you don't want this to disperse in the, you want this to disperse in the air as little as possible, right? So avoid super forceful movements with it. Like I said, we're trying to make 150 milliliters of paint, and this uses a decent amount of oil. Have fun, Braden. We're gonna add a little bit more. So we got a big old pile of Italian green raw umber. I'm trying not to speak in innuendo. Okay. So we're gonna seal this up. We're gonna keep it biased because there's a chance we need more, depending if we make it too oily, or if we don't make enough. So we're gonna keep this close by. But I'm hoping that this will be enough. You see, we got a pretty big pile though of it here. All right. So we're gonna make a well. Like we're making some goddamn pasta. All right, so umbers use a lot of oil. So we're gonna dump some oil in here, especially for the amount we're making. We're probably gonna start off with that, and we're gonna add some of our bodied oil to it to start off with as well. Generally, the ratio that you want to keep for the bodied oil is under 20% of the total oil. But you want it to be more than 10%. It's in between 10 to 20%. So now our goal is to make a paste here. And we'll add oil as needed. So you can see this just soaked up all that oil. Not even close. So we'll go back to our aged refined linseed oil. We'll add a touch more bodied oil. this uses so much oil. Just soaks it all up, yo. Umbers and ochres generally are the most oil-hungry pigments. No, I didn't think... I intentionally undershot the first time, but every pigment's a little bit different. So just keep on adding oil. And every time we add oil, we're going to add a little bit of this bodied oil. If you like iron and manganese, this is your will be magical flavor for you. So raw umber is mined directly from the ground. Burnt umber takes raw umber and applies high temperature to it, which imparts the reddish color that comes from iron when reacting to the higher temperatures. And that's the main difference between, that's the difference between raw umber and burnt umber. Same with the siennas as well. Raw sienna and burnt sienna. So this raw umber has a burnt umber version of it as well. You can see though how much oil I've used. Some paints would be just all oil by now for the ratio I've added, but this paint is just it's a thirsty bitch. I did not preheat my oven's steam machine. But our goal is to make a thick, workable paste, so it's not like, you're gonna see it will, as we mull it, it will seem less dry, and it'll make it less stiff than it is now. Oh, green bag. Green bag, you son of a bitch. There's a dangerous pigment around, and then you just have to come in here and take a dump right in this paint I'm making. How you doing, Greenbag? Thank you for stopping by. Still need more oil. We're gonna switch to the pipette now for this one. Okay. We'll start off with that. use a little bit more. Hi, lady. Hope you're doing well. Still pretty stiff. Still needs a little bit more oil, in my opinion. Need for 10 minutes. It's all about just getting that oil ratio right, Steam Machine. We're also checking in our mount. I was hoping this, like, Jesus Christ. This part of it, like mixing it together, is just to try and eliminate any dry, but it's not necessary to get everything at this point. But this is a good point to like add all the oil that you plan on adding to it before you start mulling. Because I'm thinking about I want to add more pigment. I feel like I want to add more. Volume-wise, it's not as much as I thought it would be. I don't know. Maybe we should mull it first to see how much we got. Question is, well, how much is here? This looks like it would be approaching 100 milliliters of paint. I feel like I should do a little bit more, huh? And this palette knife is not stable in its thing, so I'm going to use a different one. We'll try this actually. Try something fun. We're going to pull out. We're going to bring out some more pigment. I'd like to do more than this. Still a bit on the stiffer side. add some more. Let's go with that much more. How you doing, Emilia? How you doing? I do not weigh it. I go by eye because it doesn't need to be exact. And as long as you know the working properties well enough, it's very forgiving. But there is definitely an amount that's too much oil. And pretty much you can't really go under because like it'll be unworkable if it's just there's too little oil. Now, if I was making this for production, third one already, green bag, son of a bitch. If I was making this to sell, Emilia, I'd be measuring this all out. But considering that this is just for me, and how I want it, the process is very forgiving. But if I was looking for true consistency, I would measure out the oil and pigment, but I'd also be using machinery. I'd be doing this part in a stand mixer, or something like a heavy-duty stand mixer. By the way, Emilia, this is one of the pigments from my birthday gift. This is one of the pigments I got. Sounds good, Emilia. Have fun at the meeting. I assure everyone this is most likely not my poop. Even though I keep my stored poop next to my paint pigments, I assure everybody that this is most likely not poop. What's up, Goosty? How you doing, bud? I'm like 86% sure that this is paint and not my poop. Like 83% sure. This is probably still going to require more oil. Glad you enjoy it. I still think we're gonna still add some more oil. So much oil this one takes. Well, I'm sorry I ruined it for you that I'm only 73% sure that this isn't my poop. Alright? So, right now, let me tell people that this is still, I wouldn't consider this usable paint. Sure, you could mix this with stuff and it will go on a thing, on a canvas or a piece of wood. And it will dry eventually, but the reason why I wouldn't consider this usable paint is because we haven't molded. I have a lot of poop on standby steam machine. And not just my own. So the next process we're doing here, ooh, try not to fling paint. The next process we're going to do is something called molding. And this is what this butt plug here is here for. So we're going to take some of this. I still have a feeling that there's not enough oil in this. I don't think this paint will loosen up much. So we're going to add a little bit of oil on top of this before we mold it. So we're just going to take a quick few drops of oil. Okay. All right. So this right on top, and we're just going to do this. Make semicircles. Spread it around. And what this does is this ensures that there's the oil coats around every piece of pigment and that there's no dried clumps. This will affect a texture at some point. Companies do this process by using 3-milled rollers. So if you were to search oil paint manufacturing, the machines that those companies use are called 3-mill rollers, where they have big rollers pushing the paint together under certain pressure, under certain speed, and they get to use less oil when they do that, and they also get to add a lot of additives at that point that will get dispersed fairly well. Common additives used are beeswax, aluminum. This is additives, not fillers, mind you. Beeswax does also offer as a filler too, but beeswax is also used as a common stabilizer. I forget what aluminum stearate does, but that's a common one in the industry. Okay. It is not aluminum stearates, aluminum stearate. Aluminum stearate steam machine. Might need to add some more bodied oil to this. But you can see from around a mulling, we get some, it looks a bit different. What we're gonna do is we're gonna add a little bit more bodied oil to this. We'll mix this up again. Still feel like we're a little light. This takes a lot of oil, huh? Now the benefit of a paint like this that uses a lot of oil is overshooting oil is problematic because you can't get rid of it. So this like is very, I also got extra pigment on the side here that makes this so I can't really make this too oily, but we need to make sure we hit enough of it with oil. Fuck. We'll take some of this over here. Very true, Lost Traveling. How you doing, bud? I'm doing well. gonna try and not do some mull so much of this at once. We might have to mull this a few times. Just chilling? Oh, that's good. Thanks for joining me. Fuck. Getting my wrist on this. God, my camera's just going nuts, huh? I'm sorry about that. It's just like whenever I move, it fucks up. Maybe I'll go slower. Sorry about that, everybody. OBS does that. I don't know. I didn't have a problem with that before. Going real slow. Welcome in, guard. See, like, when I move fast, it does it. When I move fast like the wind. So I apologize for the camera doing that. Okay. Alright, gotta go really slow, like. Touch more oil. If anyone wants a good wrist, forearm, and shoulder workout, mulling paint is for you. If anybody has any questions too, please let me know. Fuck. How you doing, Deadpan? Stamping? We're making paint. How you doing today, Deadpan? Nice to see you, bud. Thought I had a bigger, not that one. Was it just the one I was thinking of? So. Are you done thinking? Good, nice to see you, bud. Okay, so feel like this is still way too thick. Did not really loosen up at all. thick. It is very thick. So we're gonna add a good amount more oil still. So if I don't add enough oil into this, what will happen is when it dries, there won't be enough oil to bind to the pigment. And when that happens, you get a matte finish called sinking in. That is also largely caused by solvent. By solvent, like Gansol. This is why I don't use solvents anymore. Because what the solvent does is it disperses oil throughout the solvent, meaning that there's not enough oil around the pigment for it to properly bind and dry. This leads to that dry looking matte finish that people talk about. It's mainly caused by either not enough oil in the paint. Well, it's caused by not enough oil being in and around the paint when it dries. And the number one cause of that is solvent. But this also happens with normal oil. If there's too much oil and and you're not using solvent, you can have the same issue. Well, you can have the issue where there's too much medium and not enough pigment. Okay, so we loosened it up a bit. Flinging paint around. Finally think we have enough. Let's see how this molds now. Okay, so that mold is a lot easier. Okay, so I was still short on a little bit of oil. My last molding. You're gonna see though, the yellow specifically is gonna take like a third of this amount of oil. Each pigment has different requirements for the amount of oil. I don't exactly know chemically why that happens. But just so you know, if you ever make oil paints, the amount of oil needed to make the paint is different per pigment. touch more oil to that. You're going to notice, though, that the other paint, specifically the yellow I know for sure, but I suspect the magenta as well, is not going to take this amount of work. As far as molding is concerned. Usually I don't need to mold through it twice. Okay. We're gonna do one fine. We're gonna mix this through after this last part is done molding. Then we're gonna show you how to tube it up. Okay. So at this point, this is usable paint. So you see we're at like a, really like the consistency of like buttercream. Kind of like that. That is what my preferred texture is when painting. So like usable without medium. But if I had to eye on being too little medium, that's where I would go towards on too much. All right. So we're gonna bring this back into a pile, and we'll show you the next step. So, we're going to clean up a little bit of these edges here. We're going to take this little extra amount. Actually, we can put this back in the pile. That's enough to put back in the pile. We're gonna use some like scrap paint, essentially paint that like got lost through the process, in order to paint a label that we're gonna put on the tube at once it's dry. So what we gotta do now is we'll grab one of our tubes. We're gonna put the paint in this tube. Okay. How I've been testing out, well, I've been doing this for the last few, is like I said, I got these syringes and I cut off the top of them. And these are for, these basically go to like 60 milliliters. And they've worked for the paints I've used them for. So we're gonna look, and I'm doing this to try and keep it cleaner around the tube. And this is disposable. It's a pretty big syringe. So we're gonna pack this, just jam it all in there. And we're gonna just tap it down. I have not, Emilia. The thing is, I'm disposing of this syringe when I'm done with it. I'm not cleaning it up. And I didn't look into the cost. I don't know how expensive a pastry bag is. But it also is how much waste will the pastry... that is something I'd consider, though. And I'll probably try it in the future, too. I was a little concerned with how much waste that would produce. And I don't know how expensive they are. What's nice about these syringes is that they're only they're like 80 cents per, I think, maybe even less. Yeah, wasted paint, Emilia. Like how much wasted paint will be a part of a pastry bag? Yeah, I thought about that too. One thing I also like about these syringes, Emilia, is that they're graduated, so I can see how much volume I'm putting in. And I can see my output a little bit better. Yeah. I haven't had a ton of waste with the syringes. I've done it, what, for 3 different paints so far? And also, like I said, knowing the output is pretty nice. Don't worry, we got more paints coming, Alki. We have more paints coming. This was the first. All right. Okay, so you can see we roughly have 60 milliliters here of paint. Start over. Don't worry, we're starting over momentarily. All right, so now we're just going to shove it up this tube's butt and press down. Okay. You just shove it all in there. And there we go. All that tube's. And you can see it pushed, you know, it did a pretty good job, like on the sides. Now, I pushed through it because there's no stoppage anymore, but now we just pull it back down again. And you see not a lot of waste here. Just fill it back up. So roughly we have 60, so far we have 60 milliliters in here. Is a cubic centimeter the same as a milliliter? No, cubic centimeter is way more. A cubic centimeter, it is. In water? Okay. Well, I do have an engineering degree. That little thing. So I'd say this is pretty close to 60 milliliters again, or yeah, well, 60 milliliters. Looks like we might be more than 150. I'm just gonna jam this up its butt. Actually, that was more, I think, actually. Because it's not dropping down on this tube. I feel like there's an air bubble in here. Oh, so that's what does it. Okay. Seems like vibration to my table fucks with my camera. Okay, it started to come down. The tube's capacity, Amelia, is 100. It's rated 150 to 170 milliliters. These were on Jerry's Artorama. Usually Amazon sells these for ripoff at like $6 or $7 a piece for these larger tubes, which pissed me off. But then I saw Jerry's Artorama was carrying them for like a little less than $2. They were like $1.90 a tube. And I'd rather make the larger tubes than it's putting it in a larger tube is a lot less effort for me outside of making more paint. But if I have to use 2 tubes to make 100 grams of one pigment, it actually saves me money too. So for example, there's several paints that 100 grams will make roughly 70 milliliters of paint. So the other tubes I have are rated for 50 milliliters, right? If I use 2 of those, they're $1 a piece. I also have to use additional labels and, like ancillary equipment, or I could use one larger tube for that. And I don't have all these little random tubes lying around. Very few, because I basically buy pigment in 100 grams. Usually the companies sell minimally at 100 grams. So just putting them in one tube is a lot more advantageous. Another one. Okay. I might have made too much. That might be overflow, so I might have to take a little bit of this out. Okay. All right, so we got one full tube, so I actually overshot this. So now we gotta, let me go get a small tube. Alky, this is, so here's a good example. Remember I told you about the pigment difference with oil? This is the original color of the pigment. This is Italian green raw umber. So that's the original color of the pigment, and that's how it looks with oil. See how much difference there is, Alky? There is more of a difference with transparent colors. With the difference. I forgot to mention that. Transparent colors make a much larger, have a much larger difference in color from pigment to pigment in oil than opaque pigments. Yep. So now we got the baby tube. We can't use the syringe for this one, and I don't want to use another large tube on this amount of paint. So, we're done with the syringe. Alki, the best place to get them is Jerry's Artorama. Jerry's Artorama is the only one that carries the larger tubes at the price, at a good price. I also, Natural Pigments sells the smaller ones. They don't sell the larger tubes. Now, Jerry's Artorama has free shipping if you spend a certain amount, just like Natural Pigments. But they're the only thing that stinks about Jerry's Artorama is that they don't really have a selection of pigments. They don't really sell them. So I don't have, the only thing I buy from Jerry's Artorama right now is canvases and these tubes. Sometimes brushes. But I don't buy paint from there anymore because I make my own. But if you're buying your paint, you know, already made, like a vast majority of people do, Jerry's Artorama has had the best prices on the brands that they carry, but they don't carry Rublev paint, unfortunately, which is one of the better brands. That's if you care about higher end, if you care about like professional grade paint, but they still carry Old Holland, Michael Harding, and Williamsburg, and they carry them at good prices. So. That tapping that you hear is tapping on the paint. I'm trying not to do it on the palette because it seems like the vibrations cause my camera to freak out. Totally do. Wink! So it looks like I made approaching 200 milliliters total, by the way. In case anyone was wondering. If I were to buy this as tube paint, you're all good, Alki. If you were to buy this in tube paint, it would be roughly It would probably cost you around 60 bucks, 50 to 60 bucks. So I use roughly about $14 to $15 of pigment, probably $6 worth of oil. And this is gonna overflow like a son of a bitch. So I do have a little bit of excess that I gotta scrap anyways, but not the end of the world. It's not worth it to put that in another tube. But what we're gonna do So what we're gonna do, oh shit, I mean to put it on top of that. Okay. And I got my labels here. So we're just gonna use some of this scrap. Once this dries, we're going to attach these. We're going to attach these to the tubes. Yeah, okay. So now let's start. So we got a little bit of excess, which is unfortunate, but that is what it is. This is not enough for another tube. You can't. They'll be crushed, Alki, and it's not worth it to clean them and try and fix them. It would take you hours. It would take hours. And it's hours for a $1, for a $1 tube. But if you crimp them or collapse them, you're not going to be able to undo that without really breaking them. So just to physically close these, Alki, you just won't be able to do it. So then you might ask, well, why can't I use a jar? And the main reason why you can't use a jar is because you're constantly exposing a large portion of the paint to oxygen. The oxygen that is trapped inside of the in the jar, and what will happen is, it's the air. So the reason why collapsible tubes are the way to go is because they only expose a very small portion of your paint to air, so you're really not going to have any drying. Where even an airtight jar, there will still be oxygen inside. Okay, so now we're going to bring out the crimpers, by the way. And we're going to close this and crimp it down. You'll see some of it comes out the edges, but that's okay. But yeah, so in jars, your paint will start to dry. and you'll basically have a film that you'll need to remove, and so you'll end up wasting a lot of your paint. Where in a tube like this, when you just crimp it shut, this will last for years, like, you know, a long time, almost indefinitely. I would say, you know, safely 6 years, but it wouldn't be surprised me if you got more than like 12. So right now I'm just crimping along a line. Okay. That's going to force some little bits of paint out the top. So we're just crimping this entire area first. Wiping out any paint that comes. Now the syringe makes this part a lot cleaner. On this one, you're going to see a lot of paint come out. It's going to be a pain in the butt. Then what we're going to do is we're going to try to fold over just a little tiny area. So you see we're folding over just a little bit, right? And then we're going to crimp the shit out of it. We're going to fold it over at least one more time. You do a fold. Yes, we do, Steam Machine. Yes, we do. So I guess we're just doing one more fold because we don't have enough room for the next one. So fold it over twice, crimp it each time, and that will be enough to seal up your paint. Okay. No worries, Alki. So we have a seal tube, Italian green raw umber, approximately 150. This is probably close to 160 milliliters that we made in that tube. This tube is going to be roughly 50, probably a little over 50. So you see how much comes out because we didn't use the syringe here. This is normally the paint that I would want to use for that label, but I made too much. But next time I'll be more accurate with the measurement on this. Thankfully, it's a cheaper pigment. I wouldn't risk it this much if this was a more expensive pigment, but this is a very cheap pigment. I don't, because it's not that important for me, Alki. If I was making this for other people, or let's say I was selling this, I would do so. I would measure out exact amounts so I could, that's just more of a business practice type thing. But since this is for personal use, I go by eye. I go by eye. A lot of paint keeps on coming out here. So yeah, I basically probably wasted like 20 grams of pigment to 30 grams of pigment and some oil. It's unfortunate, but that is what it is. I try not to be wasteful because I go through paint. So we're going to do the same thing on the small boy. We're going to fold it over and crimp. We're going to try and get 2 folds out of this. Try and fold this over one more time. Okay. Okay, we got a sealed 50 milliliter-ish. Might be a little bit more than 50 milliliters, but we made a lot of raw umber here. So that was Italian green raw umber. I'm gonna do another wipe down. It cleans up easily, which makes me think that this isn't a very strong pigment, but that's okay for darker pigments. I've noticed with stronger tinting pigments, the cleanup is a lot more difficult and it stains a lot more. So that's kind of like a it's gonna be covered in oil. No, but so now we're just gonna clean up with some solvent. Gonna do a quick wipe down. Perverts are welcome here, Alki. You know that. Perverts are welcome. So we'll just put some solvent on a microfiber cloth. Wipe off the butt plug. Wipe off the palette. This becomes a lot more important, like I said, on stronger pigments. So if this was with titanium white, the cleanup would be, this place would be a lot more of a mess. But since this is seems like a weaker tinting, semi-transparent pigment, the cleanup is very easy. So, okay. So now, I know that. So I don't have the exact labels for this one, but what I'm just going to do is I'm going to alter my extra burnt umber labels that I had printed. There they are. I'm going to call this raw. Okay. Just needs to be recognizable for me. So we got our label on there. Okay. Paint made, ready to use. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, the next paint we're going to do is quinacridone magenta. Quinacridone magenta. So just like before, we're going to do the same thing. Now, one difference in this one is I'm just going to do this entire tub. I'm not going to do like half the tub when I could just make it the same. So we're going to, oh wait, M95 mask. We no longer need the bodied oil, because that was just for the raw umber. So now we just need linseed oil, which we have out. All right. All right, quinacridone magenta. So this is not 100 grams. This is 4 ounces. Okay. So that's the entire jar. This is $30. This is $30 worth of quinacridone magenta pigment. That's what I paid for it. Okay. Stop it, guard. So we're going to be a little bit more careful with this because I have a hunch that this is not going to take a ton of oil. So that's going to be this why DIF oils. What do you mean by DIF oils? So it absorbed that oil pretty easily. Gotta be careful though. Oh, why different oils? So umbers, specifically umbers, it is recommended to mix it with stand oil, which is also called bodied oil, and that's in turn to help with the drying process of that pigment because it's so oil hungry. This pigment actually seems pretty oil hungry. Look at this. I'm getting nowhere. And then for certain white, so for lead white paints, they actually recommend using pale grinder's oil, which is a linseed oil that has is filtered more, so it's not as yellow. And that is recommended for lead white specifically. So I also have that oil. You could also mix paints with like walnut oil or safflower oil or sunflower oil if you want those properties. My only concern is archival stability of my paints. So I only linseed oil has the strongest and most durable paint film in a general definition of the term strongest, and that's why I only use linseed based oils. So once again, I got my N95 mask on. Whenever you're exposing yourself to dry pigments, wear an N95 mask or a respirator. Something that's rated for dust inhalation. Because even though this pigment is beautiful, if enough of it gets into lungs, it will cause serious health issues that can kill you. Cadmium pigments have an FDA link when breathed into cancer, but not consumption. So this one's more oil hungry than I expected. So you see I'm being a little bit less cautious than I thought I needed to be originally. Quinacridone, so Quinacridone, quinacridone. I have a tube of it, but it's here. Wait, actually. So it's they call this an organic pigment. But is it extremely light fast? It basically has. Now, their terms of organic is different than what you're thinking in your head. But this has become one of my most my favorite colors on my palette that I use. So it's a bluish red. It's a red with a strong blue, right? It's great. This is one of the best colors for mixing purples. And it actually, it's a very strong tinting pigment. According to Rublev, it's extremely light fast and a very stable pigment as well. So it has a lot of great working properties that I like. So yeah, I love this color. Plus, it's just beautiful. It also allows you to hit pinks. If you like mixing strong pinks, this is the paint. This is better than alizarin crimson, in my opinion, for mixing pinks. Plus, you don't have to deal with alizarin crimson possible light fast issues. So we're pretty. What's up, Netsesa? It's a good color, Emilia. It is a good color. We're pretty. It's a pretty thick paste, you can see. So I'm very weary of adding more oil. Even though I couldn't paint with this, this wouldn't be workable. But you can see, you'll see how some of these pigments change after we mold them. So we're going to mold some of this first. And then we're going to reassess if we need more oil. Because I don't have more of this, so we're like, if I overshoot with oil, it could be annoying. So. Kayla, yes. Well, I have every paint in pigment form. I'm still using up some stuff in tubes that I have, but once I do, like everything I use is going to be something is what I make. Might need a touch. I have to be very careful though. So this is very tacky. Come on. Okay. Thank you, Kayla. I am an advocate of making your own paints, but it is a mess. There is, a safety risk with it. So I understand not everybody should do it. If I had pets roaming around here, I wouldn't. For example, if I didn't have a place I can keep my pets away from, I wouldn't make my own paints. I think I'm going to need a little bit more oil. Yeah, I think we add a little bit more oil to this. So that was like 4 drops more I added to that pile. Let's see how this turns out. Now let's do... maybe just a little bit more. Shasta, you missed Italian green raw umber. Now we're on quinacridone magenta. Quinacridone magenta. Very. It's a beautiful color. Beautiful color. Still might need a little bit more oil, huh? So this becomes very stiff. It's interesting. So we're going to be a little bit more aggressive with the oil on this pile specifically. It probably is, Kayla. But it's not bad. It's still not bad. It might take a little bit more, like, strength in, like, the molding part, but it's really, anyone can do it. Like, it's just, is it worth it to you or not? I also think that people with, with watercolor, you're not making as much as you are with oil paints. So if I was making less of this process would be a lot easier. Hi, Mud. Welcome in. Let's do a touch more oil still. Running theme is being careful with adding too much oil. But what I've noticed is that mulling it should not be super difficult. And that's usually, if it's difficult to mold, it's because there's not enough oil in it. Usually. I think I still need a little bit more oil than what I've been adding. So this soaks up a good amount of oil too. Thankfully, it's not very sensitive to oil, which is a nice safety factor. Alright, I'll dehydrate. You too, huh? First you salt me up and then you murder me? What horse shit is this? Ass. Why not, huh? It's starting to sound like gay club anthem. Let's mix this all up. Let's add a touch more oil again. Smash it all up. It's only when they're dry pigments, Alky. So, very few pigments. There are no pigments that I have found that are not lead, mercury, or arsenic based, and those are very few and expensive. So it's not like you're going to accidentally use those that are toxic when consumed. The issue is breathing in dry pigment. Breathing in dry pigment is the single most dangerous thing about making paints. So if, like, the thing is, if pets get in there, like, let's say pets, like, if you have pets that destroy shit and they destroy a bag of dry pigment and that starts going up in the air, that's a bad thing, right? Now, comparing it to other things like, this is why spray painting is very dangerous, because you have aerosolized solvent and pigment, or dryers and pigments, right? So I suggest also, if you ever spray paint, that you also wear an N95 mask. But yeah, so essentially, if your pets like to get up all in your business, then either make sure you have an area where it's secluded and it's in something that the pets can't get to. Mulling pressure, you don't need to push down on the muller at all. You don't need to push down on it at all. So the reason why it was done on a grinding block in the day is because they ground their own pigments as well. So during the process, they also needed to grind it together. So in the context of the pigments nowadays, they're at the size that they should be. You don't need to grind these pigments down additionally when you buy them in pigment form. It's a very stiff pigment. It does. It does look like frosting, or like a whipped butter, but I assure you it won't taste delicious. How you doing, Mono? keep on adding oil, but it's like we're at a point where it's like just not making a difference. But I'm afraid that there's like a saturation point here that's gonna get too oily. But we'll continue. We'll take that chance. We'll take that chance. Let's see how this molds. We'll do a quick... We'll see how this changes now that I've added more oil to it. Okay, still easy to mull, or very easy to mull. Definitely enough oil as far as for usability is concerned. But the question is, but it doesn't really change in texture, does it? So if you were watching the Italian green umber, you might notice that how this paint is like sticking around more. It like stains a lot more. That is simply because a difference in the strength of the pigment. Quinacridone magenta is a strong tinting pigment. And the Italian raw green umber is probably medium to low tinting strength. Okay. Now I don't know how, this is a pretty thick paint, so I don't know how syringeable it is, but we'll give it a try. So, we got our tube. We got a big boy, it's 150 milliliters. I got these plastic syringes that are graduated as well. So we're gonna jam the syringe full of this paint. And we're gonna see how much paint we get out of this. It looks like we have maybe 100 milliliters of paint. All right, so we got the syringe full. It's gonna shove this up the tube's ass. And push it down. There we go. Then we just repeat. Is it rude? so we don't get a huge... So unless I just added way too little oil, which is a possibility. But this is close to the consistency of the one I use currently. Even maybe a little looser than it. So our yield isn't tremendous with this, which is a bit disappointing. I went in unannounced, Shasta. Unannounced. Had to be done. So quinacridone magenta does not have a great yield, but this might be a paint that I add, at some point I might add filler to. Right up the bum. Okay, so now we're gonna. So for pigments that are more expensive, so like you can see, I put the burnt umber. This is the burnt umber or raw umber. Sorry, the light. It's darker. I'm looking at it as a replacement for using black. So for expensive ones, I'll just use the paint off of the syringe. That's what I've been doing at least. For the label, to try and make this have as little waste as possible. So we'll partially clean off this stuff. So now we got a label that we're going to put on this tube once this dries. This is how I've been doing the labels to make them more identifiable. Just from like, so I don't have to read the label. As you all know, I like to keep things extremely organized. We got it in the tube. Okay, we got it in the tube. We just created the label. So this is how it looks with oil. What are you gonna say, Lost Traveling, huh? What's on your mind? What's on your mind? You think I'm fibbing? It's... You may think that, but it really does not. As somebody who tries to get as much paint or has the least amount of scrap as possible, it's just kind of a reality of making it. There's going to be some. Not true. I'll say it's not terrible, Alki. It's thick. I'm more disappointed with the yield on this. The yield on this, because it looks like it made about... So 4 ounces of pigment has made... Well, maybe that's not too bad. I don't know. It's about up to here on this tube. So it's made probably around 100 milliliters of paint. I was hoping for a little bit more from that full tube, but it's not terrible. Well, the umber I used, Alki, the umber, it had better yield, but it was, I used a solid like 250 grams of pigment on that. But this is not 100 grams of pigment, this was 4 ounces. So this is a case where this was not a, this was a fluffier pigment. This was a fluffier pigment. And not a dense one. The umber was actually a fairly dense pigment. But so with fluffier pigments, you can have great yields if they're super fluffy and they combine with the oil well. You can have really, really great yields for the amount of pigment. This is one of those cases where it's fluffy, but it didn't give me a tremendous yield. Especially for how much oil it used. This used more oil than I expected. So here, this is roughly the yield, $30 of that pigment. So interestingly enough, quinacridone magenta doesn't save me much money compared to the prices from Williamsburg. Maybe like 15 to 10% if I were to make this tube full. Now I know exactly what's in this tube though. So, you know, this one is not a big money saver, unfortunately, but that is what it is. So now we're going to fold over. Okay, now we're going to crimp the shit out of it. Go over again. Crimp it again. Since we have so much extra room, we can fold over one more time as well, and it doesn't hurt to do so. Okay. This is all you need to do to seal these, by the way. You don't need to do anything. You don't need any glue. You don't need any adhesives. You just need to bend it and crimp it. This is what paint in your. This is how paint in the tubes that you get are sealed as well. They just have a machine that does it. Okay. All right. It's actually a really light pigment. This is not heavy at all. Shockingly, for the amount of oil I put into this, this is really light. The umber I just did is probably twice as heavy. Might even be more than that. Very light pigment. All right. Yeah, this paint is very, very strong. So that's good. So essentially, is knowing that this paint is has a very strong tinting strength, I could probably get away with using extenders on it. But I can do those extenders after I start painting with it. Like, so I could just mix it in its concentrated form, and then I could mix in extender pigments like chalk mixed with oil or things like that after I start painting with it. But I could do it in the tube as well. It depends on how strong of a pigment it actually is. Okay. All right. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to take a quick break. And I forgot to create a break sign. It's going to be hard for me to do that. Okay. I don't have a break screen, everybody, but we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. My apologies. Next up, we're going to do yellow. I don't have any paint now. Oh, I don't want to waste paint. Hold on. Where's that Sharpie? But I can do it in marker. Thank you, Alki. Alright, we'll see each other in 5 minutes. Alright, I'm back. I am back. I'm putting the label on it. I'm always in time. Okay, so we got that. We got the label on there. Not great yield from the magenta. Good to know. Maybe I did lowball the oil a bit. We'll see. All right. So we got the yellow to do. I don't think we're going to do anything more outside of the yellow, because the only paint I have to make at this moment. Have you been waiting here forever, Black Phillip? Is this orange pigment. Orange mauve bait. And this is a lead-based paint. And I don't want to at least create a paste with it in my room. I want to create it in somewhere, not in my room, in my painting office area. So I'm going to try and do this outside. And create the paste, and then I'll still mold it over here, but I don't want to use the dust in here. Or I don't want this dust in here. So if anything awry happens. So this one won't be for stream, but this is the other pigment. These were the reason why I have two of them is because they're really cheap. This was $10 for this orange, and so even if it has poor yield, which I don't think will be the case, but even if it does, it's still going to make me 50 milliliters of paint. So, but yeah, this is, I don't want to do that on here. I did get a backup Viridian as well, so this is a green that I use. I'm 5'11", Alki. 5'11". I sound like a good 7 foot. No, I'm very wide. I'm very broad-chested. Very broad-chested. Barrel-chested. But yeah, so yeah, Viridian we gotta make, but I'm probably not gonna make this today because I got plenty of this. I don't need to make this anytime soon. Okay, so let's make the yellow. Let's play the memory game. Who remembers what my shoe size is? I just store them in a box next to me, Black Phillip, so I just have them in the tube, and I just put them in a box next to me. See? Oh, see? My box of paints. You think my shoe size is an 8.5? Wrong. I am built like a lineman. Nope, Alki, still not it. Hi, O'Leary. Yep, we've already made two paints. We made quinacridone magenta, and we made Italian green raw umber. Still not there, Black Phillip. Higher. There will be a mod. 67? Nope. Not 6. Not 6. It's higher than 14.5. Yep. Not for oily points, just guessing my shoe size. It is 16, Black Phillip. Here, I'll go grab a shoe. What? Size 16. This is my shoe. I wish I could show. You can't. You won't be able to see it. Here, hold on. Okay, so this is a ruler. From the end to here is 12 inches. From here to here is 12 inches. A lot of oil. So my shoe is approximately 13 inches long. I do, Black Phillip. I am where the foot comes from. I have to get them from specific brands because there almost no shoe store carries my shoes in stock. Let's not get shoe residue on my pants. Okay. All right, N95 mask is on. Shoe do. How you doing, Ellery? Nice to see you. All right, so we're gonna do both bags. Where are my scissors? Where are my scissors? There they are. Oh, nice. Are you streaming again? Everybody, Illyri is a new streamer, so I suggest watching her. Why would he roast Sargent? There are things you can roast Sargent about, but... So unfortunately, see, I can't get really much more out of this bag because it sticks to the sides. There's not a whole lot in here left, but it's just an annoying part of like a scrap issue with making paint. I mean, I don't get what his point is there. Oh, he's amazing at portraits, but as a portrait painter, he's terrible. Like, I don't get it. Okay. All right. So this is Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Medium. Okay? Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Medium. I get this pigment from Kramer Pigments. So we got to be careful with the oil on this one, once again. I've been saying that before, but I just want to accentuate how important it is to be careful with that, because if you overshoot, I don't have extra pigment. Yeah, I don't know what the distinction is either. I think it's just somebody who's looking to say something negative about something they don't like. But see, Sargent did do that though. Sargent painted in shape. He has picture, you know, I don't know. I'd like to discuss this with him. Because he's obviously not, like, he's referencing certain portraits of John Singer Sargent and not the entirety of his work. Well, I think there is a point in there to be made on certain paintings of his, but I'm gonna send you a painting of his later specifically, and if you feel up to it, I'd suggest showing your teacher it. Because he's making a generalized assumption about Singer Sargent over like certain paintings that were more focused on basically matching versus expressive painting. Okay. This flavor is called Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Medium. Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Medium. I'd say a bad portraitist Shasta is is like compositional issues regarding lighting and capturing elements of that person, right? In the but I relate that to a compositional choice. But so like, you know, I don't know. I think the thing too that you could criticize Sargent for is that he was largely a painter by values early, and he wasn't really into strong usage of color effects. I think that's the biggest point that you could knock Sargent for. But that changed obviously as he got that changed a lot as he got older. It's definitely craft. Yeah, I agree with that. That's why you don't really see. I share that opinion, Illyri. I don't have a want to copy a painting. I just want to paint how I paint. Now that is a personal preference. Does need more butter. Alki, I don't believe butter, that type of fat is a drying fat. So I don't think butter would dry over time. So no, but if it's not a drying one, you can make soft pastels out of them, though. So this is why you can't use oil paints over soft pastels, is because soft pastels are made with mineral oil, which doesn't dry. It's not a drying oil. So if you paint oil paints over soft pastels, the oil, the drying oil has nothing to adhere to, and it will fall off. Alki, I don't. Well, I'm trying to make it in a range of thickness, but there's some deceptive paint. So, like, you see how thick this is right now? The problem is when I mold this, it's going to thin out a lot. It's going to become a lot more juicy. And so I got to be very careful at this stage with the amount of oil I put in this, because it's a very fine line for this paint. So what I probably should have done, to be certain, is I should have held back some dry pigment and then mix it and then see if I got too wet. Quit. So texturally, I know. These look like scrambled eggs? Huh, interesting. So this, I've noticed that pigments with weird consistencies in this form, specifically cobalt paints, have like a stringier texture that comes out, and this somewhat resembles that. So you see we're pretty thick right now, but this is going to loosen up a lot. So I'm not going to add any more oil until we mull some of it. This is like, right now it feels like it's like a gum. I cannot, Jacob. I will not. How dare you for asking? So this is going to loosen up a lot. At least if it holds up how I remember. Sorry my camera's doing that. It's when this table shakes, it does that. I apologize. I'm going to figure that out. But you can see this is just from those passes. Hi, Dia. You want to squish it? How are you doing, Dia? Okay. So this one, I put a lot less oil in here compared to the previous two. So take a look at how different this looks just from that mulling. But see how loose this got? Once again, this is how like thick it looks going into it. And we're just gonna mull it. So mulling separates the oil pigments and coats them with oil. That's what this does. It is satisfying, Jake. To me, it doesn't. It just looks like silkier to me. Here it looks grainier. Here it does not. See, now this turns into like a, you know, like a, what's a good textural reference for this? Silky butter, Buddha. Yeah, probably sour cream is how. Now, if I added just like a drop, a few, maybe like 3 or 4 more drops of oil to this would be a runny mess. Jake, this color is called Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Medium. Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Medium. I get this pigment from a company called Kramer Pigments. Kremer. Kramer Pigments. They're the only ones that I found that make the bismuth yellows. And I've been, I originally found out about bismuth yellow from Williamsburg because they used, its working girl name is Diamond Bismuth. And sometimes Kitty Galore. But nice. Not to be confused with Buddha. Very true. Yeah. Extra butter. Butter. So that's good. I didn't put too much oil in this, which is good. Mud was here earlier. Dia. But we haven't even got to the root, to the most explicit part of the stream, or for this paint making. There's Mud. What are you painting? Hi, Celestia. How are you? butternut. I think Kraft macaroni and cheese was actually pretty close. See you later, Jake. Enjoy your foosball. Some mod he is. Look at this. My mod is choosing football over me. How could he? Well, Erie, I've already beat you to the punch on my oily fans. I do ASMR oil paint making on my oily fans.
Shit.
But it's just a lot more suggestive. J Scout. Oily feeds extra butter edition.
And that's a fact.
Ooh, random historical paint fact. Okay. Random historical paint facts. Okay. Let's go with... We'll talk about ochres. So the first recognized pigments ever are ochres. So we're talking about cave paintings, and Aboriginal tribes have a long history of using ochres. So Aboriginal tribes in Australia, Polynesia and into Australia, Native Americans in the United States, the Mayans in Central America, in Africa, a lot of Africa tribes. Ochre was a recognized pigment in use, and it was a fundamental piece of their economies and trade. So, for example, in Australia, some of the most prosperous tribes, Aboriginal tribes, in Australia were because they had the best deposits or the most abundant deposits of natural earth ochres. And these colors vary quite a bit. Ochres can vary depending on the chemical compositions of the minerals. So for example, in Australia, one of the most prized red ochres was one that had a bit of shininess to it, and apparently the shininess is caused by a bit of mercury. But they paint their skin with this. But there are, yellows, oranges, there's blacks, there's even slightly purples, ochres, there's blue ochres, that's Vivianite, which we've discussed before. And this trade is also highly, rooted in the theology, like the religion of a set of areas. But it was a humongous part in trade, so much so that in Australia, the main reason why certain tribes went to war were because of control of ochre deposits, and usually those were linked to religious, like I said, religious ceremonies and stuff like that. And versus like food or even water at times. But ochres are naturally, essentially, is if you were to take a piece of red ochre off the ground, if you were to wet it with some water, or even they use saliva a lot of times, and rub it on your skin, you would have, your skin is painted, and that's what in the case of a lot of these tribes use them for. In painting context, Ochres are the most commonly used one is yellow ochre, even though there's all these classifications, and they all have kind of similar working properties. Now, the reason why we call something siennas or we call something umbers is because we classify them differently based on their composition. And I don't know exactly what the difference is between the two. I do know that umbers usually have a higher manganese content relative to others. I don't know what the difference between siennas. There are also things like hematite, which is a red compound within umbers and ochres. That's actually probably the closest. Dia. Color-wise. So yeah, like I said, nowadays our expansive use, at least in early like student grade paints, they don't make a lot of different colors with ochres. Do I have a hair in this? But so one last anecdote about the red painting for religious ceremonies is Native Americans in the United States were called the Red Man, and that was because somebody coined that phrase after seeing red ochre painted on the skin of a Native American. And that's how that terminology got coined. Obviously, it's been used for different reasons, and but that was the origination of said terminology, or why it originated. Because they were literally painted red. So you can see how much different that consistency is. It really does have a consistency like French's yellow mustard, if you're familiar with that. Very similar to that. But this is one of my favorite colors on my palette. One of my most useful colors on my palette. The two yellows are probably my two of my most valuable colors. Okay. It is. It's a warmer yellow. There's a decent amount of red in it relative to my other yellow, which is a cold yellow. Or it's more accurate to say it's a neutral yellow. Okay. So now, let's get to the lewd part. Okay. So we got our big tubes. I was able to find larger tubes. So this is what we're tubing them in. This is rated to 150 to 170 milliliters. It looks like for 200, this was 200 grams of pigment. I bet we only got about, I don't know, 80 milliliters. We don't have a lot in here, and that's a bit unfortunate. I'll have to remember that the next time I order. But we have these syringes now. So I took a plastic syringe. It's a graduated syringe that I cut off the top at, and we're going to use this to put the paint in. So this is something that I've done recently, but I hadn't done on stream yet until today, which some of you might have seen already. So yeah, we're going to load it into this and then load it into the tube, so we avoid having a lot of paint on the sides and edges of the tube, so we don't waste. If the goal is to waste less paint. Is that a hair? I think that's a hair. One of my hairs got in here. It does look a bit like those the nacho cheese. It does. Very similar, actually. You know what? The nacho cheese might be closer, texture-wise, what it's at right now. The shitty nacho cheese. One of my most hated foods in existence. There's salad? Okay. Okay, so we got this full, roughly 60, roughly 60 milliliters. And now we just jam it up this tube's ass, and then we just push it down, yo. Fuck. Well. Balls! God. Another lower yield paint, and then this one. Did that break off? It just went through all the way. So it didn't fail, I just pulled it back. It's just that where it failed, it got on the sides near the top, which is what I was trying to avoid. Yeah. And that's expected. That's not what I was upset about. It was about where some of the paint ended up on the side of it. Where are we at? So we're basically getting 100 milliliters of paint for 200 grams of pigment. So not a great yield on it. Not a great yield. We'll keep this in mind for the next time we make this and how much we buy. Welcome, Illyri. Nice to see you. Everyone, Illyri is an oil painter who started streaming as well, so make sure to drop her a follow, or else she instructed me to say that to you to threaten you all with violence. She directly instructed me to threaten violence for follows. That was not me. You are extremely violent, Illyri, yes. But have a wonderful day, Illyri. Thanks for hanging out. great night. Oh, have a great night, Illyri. Can I get any more out of this? I'm being a cheap bastard. I'm trying to get all this paint off of here as much as possible. So valuable, and now that I have a number of how much paint this makes, it's also kind of a pricier one. So give me a nickel if I lick it. What's with everybody's been offering me money to do gross things. Mr. Salt offered me, what, $10 to eat that raw egg? Am I that much of a prostitute? Guess you are finding out. This is the third deal. So we did Italian green raw umber, and we did quinacridone magenta. We did quinacridone magenta, which is that color I told you about before, the one that I think Jess would like a lot. We made that as well today. But this is going to be the last one. So this is just the label that I'm creating with the excess paint that I got off of the plunger and certain other areas. The plunger of the syringe, everybody. And so Dia, this is that magenta right here, and this is the Italian green raw umber, the one that looks like it's black. So we're just doing some cleaning up before we seal this tube. All right. And close up that. So yeah, this is a brand new color. This is the brand new color. It's a desaturated, burnt umber. Oh, it's an umber, but with very little red on it, and so in contrast, it looks green, but it's still brown. There's still some red in there, but I'm gonna be testing that out as a replacement for black. That's the goal of that color. Okay. So now we're going to close this down. It's going to be a little bit more messy than I expected it to be. So this is a very low yield pigment, unfortunately. I wish this was a higher yield. I remember this one being more than that, but this was 200 grams of pigment, everybody. So that's how much it made me. 200 grams of pigment made me this amount. Roughly, probably somewhere in the range of 100 milliliters of paint. So versus what I would buy this paint for pre-tubed, it would save me about 40%. If these numbers are accurate, which they are. I mean, how accurate? So plus or minus, like, I don't know, 5% on that. But still a good amount of savings. And there's no extenders, so I know that this is going to be like this is most likely a higher quality in the sense that this is just straight pigment and oil. There's no fillers. There's no other fillers in here that would alter the behavior. But this is a color I've been using and I've been very happy with already. But I just didn't have any backup and I was running low. So right now we're crimping the edges to seal it after folding it over. Fold it over again. Crimping after folding it over. The fancy crimping tool. I think this is a wire crimper, Dia. So you can get these. I mean, I don't think they're very expensive, but I didn't buy this. This one came with the oil. Like my mom had this for opening up old paint tubes that had like dried over. So I've had this with it when I got the oil paints from my family. But they make fancier ones. It's very masculine Midwest item. I am very concerned about my masculinity, so I appreciate that, Dia. But you can see, this is how we seal the end. We just crimp it shut. And that ain't going nowhere. Okay. So now, so these gotta dry before I put them on there. No, so like when I first started oil painting Dia, I was using my family's old paints, and it was just in this like plastic bucket that she was keeping them in, and in that bucket was this wire crimper, but they were using this to open up old tubes of paint. And then when I was researching, you know, making paint, I found out that, you know, crimping the end is how you seal these things. Like, oh, I already have one of those. And so yeah. But if you don't have one, you should get one. Like, it's the best way to crimp it and to safely seal your paints. And I was off to the races, yep. I eventually gave away those paints, though, and some of the initial paints that I bought to my niece, to my older niece. Because they were like a lot of student grade paints that I was not happy with. So forth, and then I got the second round of paints for the Williamsburg one. And once I kind of figured those out, or once I started realizing I'm going to start making my own paints, that's when I gave the other paints to Jess. And now I'm very comfortable with my paints and my paint selection and my palette. There's gonna, like, in minor tweaks, I might change the red that I'm gonna use in the future. Like I said, I'm doing this investigation in raw umber to see if it's a good replacement for, instead of black, because I've been using black a lot less since I got back from France. And so I'd rather put a paint on there that provides some more general use than what ivory black has been for me recently. That's why I did that umber. And now, thank you, Dia. I try to do things that'll make people happy, and if I'm not going to use them, I might as well give them to somebody else. All right, we got a label. We got our label on there, and then we'll put the one that we painted around this once that dries. But we got an initial label to start off with. Okay. So this is what we made today. So we have quinacridone magenta. So we ended up making like over 200 milliliters of the raw umber. We have the yellow. So this was 200 grams of pigment. That made this amount. So roughly $40 worth of pigment in this. This is what it yielded. The bismuth vanadate yellow that I was using before was $106 for a full tube of this. Yep, we made a lot of umber celestia. I was originally only trying to make this tube, but I overshot it quite a bit. But yeah, so we have this raw umber. It was from this bag. Italian green raw umber. So we still have some of it left. This full bag was $26 worth of pigment. So it looks like it would roughly make 500 milliliters of paint. Not 500, maybe like 400 to 450, which is not a bad price. The quinacridone magenta yield was a bit disappointed. This was 4 ounces, not 100 grams. It was 4 ounces, and it yielded maybe 100 milliliters, but it's light. I don't know how it's very light. this is heavier than this. This raw umber, so this amount of raw umber is heavier than this amount of quinacridone magenta by a significant margin, actually. So yeah, that's what we ended up with today. This will last quite a bit of time, though. Depending on how I use the raw umber, this one will probably actually be used quite a bit by volume compared to the other two. This I just need a dab of it for each time I paint. So yeah. So yeah, that's it. Made paint, everybody. This is what we ended up with. In the future, you know, I'm going to be making paints that I'm running out of. So like one paint that I'm not going to be making on stream, a dab will do it, and that's true, deal. So this is a paint that I got. This is called Orange Molybdate. It's to replace that really saturated orange I have. I'm not making this on stream because this is a lead-based paint. So I want to make this in an area that's not, while it's in dry pigment form, I want to do this in a safer area. So I'm going to make the paste somewhere else, and then I'll bring it over here to mold. But this is another one I got to make in the future. I did grab myself some more Viridian pigment. This is the green I've been using. You think so? It looks more red to me. But it's supposed to be very... I got this as a replacement for a more expensive paint that I've been using, the Pyro Orange. And this should probably make 100... I wouldn't be surprised if this made more than 150 milliliters, so we'll see. I made some more titanium. I won't need titanium white for a while, nor will I need ultramarine blue for a while, because I just made those. But so yeah, the yellows. There is another yellow I need to make, but I don't feel like doing any more paint making today, because I just have it in powder form, and I might as well make it at some point. But we'll do that another. Maybe we'll combine that with the Viridian when we make the Viridian green and something else. Yeah. It's a reddish. It's a very very strong pigment apparently, but I'm a fan of that. So yeah, that's where we're at, everybody. Oh yeah, I gotta put the cap on this. What are we supposed to do now? Foosball's on? Is there anybody else streaming? One thing I was thinking about doing, everybody, I'm thinking about adding 2 more redeems. Oh, Meeksie's on. Amy Wise is on. But a lot of you are probably already watching Amy Wise. You want Amy Wise? Yeah, I don't think I think I've only rated her once. C. Meeksie and Amy Wise. Well, we could do Amy Wise, but one thing I want to get your opinions on. I have 2 ideas for redeems. One is a personal trivia question, so like you redeem it and I only ask you. You can do it for an oily point. I've rated him a few times, Mr. Salt. So where instead of doing a trivia contest for everybody, it's just one for you. And then I can kind of like help with like the difficulty I have to make them. And then the other redeem I was thinking about doing was I don't even know if I want this to be a redeem or not, but or we could do a stream on this, but I was thinking about doing a paint mixing challenge stream where people would post, for some people, but where it's you guys would post colors in the Discord or in chat, and then I would mix them, and or show you how I'd mix them, how I see them and mix them, and then we could vote whether it's close or not, or if it's close enough. Because I was also considering doing that as a stream in itself. But it could be an individual thing, too. Yeah, so if you wanted to see how a color was mixed, or how I would mix a color, that would be the, you know, idea behind it. So, any thoughts? Yay, nay? No! Maybe. Yep. Thoughts. Yeah, so like basically you could redeem it, you post your color, and then I would mix it for you. I'd show you how I'd mix it with the colors I have. We could also make that as like a full stream, and we make it like more of like a contest thing. Oh shit. Yep. So that is, you know, this is one of those foldy phones. Oh. What painting is that? That's my background. Oh, you saw part of my face. Whoops! Nope, not Monet. John Singer Sargent. Okay, let's raid. Anyways, expect those redeems coming up soon. You know plenty of stuff, Celestia. You know plenty of stuff. All right. All right, everybody. Have a wonderful night. See you next time. Have a good night, Mud. Have a good night, Salt. Celestia, Dia, Garg, Alki. Anyone who I missed. Hope you have a wonderful night. You're welcome, Dia. Nini. Bye-bye.